Oh, sugar. Well, at least this time I left the music on, or turned the music on at least. I mean, I'm not sick. I don't know what you're talking about. Put the girls away. Roll up like Chesty or LaRue over here. Definitely should have wore a undershirt with this sweater, but it is blizzarding outside. That's what kind of day it is. I woke up and I looked out the window, and I'm just like, Mother Nature, if you would be so kind, pick a lane. I'm just kidding. I live at the base of the Rocky Mountains, but the wrong side. I live on the wrong side of the Rocky Mountains. Uh, hmm. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Marley. Appreciate it. Also, lovely to see you, Miss Maven. No judgment, but I'm just saying, at least with my alts, it's me. They're like totally not a tiny dragon. What are some of the? I didn't make too many of them. I think I only have like five. There's like I think I have a tiny titan. I think I literally do have a tiny dragon with Titanic dreams because I wanted to save that username just in case I ever did decide to rebrand to that. But I doubt I ever actually will. I think you have mentioned that in the past, and my reaction was the same. I'm not caffeinated enough for this information. I got banned from the Palia Discord server. I can't. I just can't. Or, sorry, unsure. Pretty sure, though. I'm pretty sure I got banned from the Palia Discord server this morning. Which, I mean, fair. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I should not be allowed to have my phone before I have my coffee. It should be coffee first, phone second. I mean, and here's the thing. You can't go read it because I deleted it myself. I did. I was just like, I shouldn't have posted that, and then I deleted it. And they banned me anyway. Um, Also, good morning, Molly. Oh, a cyclone in Australia? Ah, no. Um, let me see if I can remember because I remember that the optics of it just weren't great. Somebody was asking about like the World of Warcraft like free placement system, and I I mean, part of it probably was that like, and part of the reason why I did delete it was like I wasn't even a part of the conversation. I just kind of like chirped in because should not be allowed my phone before coffee. Um, and I was just like, well, the free placement system in WoW is, actually a free placement system instead of just like a toggle grid, which wouldn't have been that bad. Wouldn't have been. That's still not really constructive or really that descriptive, if I'm being honest. Except, and because, like, the person who asked the question in, like, a previous post mentioned that the reason people's NPCs were showing up in the ground here was because people were utilizing out of bounds glitches to put decor there. So it's not like my comment was coming from nowhere. And so I was just like, except they don't demonize their glitching community. Although then in the next two lines, I was just like, but as well, it is WoW. So they have their own WoW shaped problems. So take that as you will. Because it is World of Warcraft. So like, I played World of Warcraft. It is. Like, if you think Palia is a job, ooh, you obviously haven't been a part of a guild that requires you to show up for raids. Like, I was a healer. Oh, hey, morning, Aaron. Yeah, of anyone in here, you would know Allie, our our resident guild mom. Aaron, we're talking about how I potentially got banned from the the main Palia Discord server, most likely. So, if anything, uh, uh, or yeah, if anybody is curious why I was late today, that's why I was late today. I was going through and removing all of my old content because for any Okay. Hopefully I got back fast enough that Twitch doesn't notice. Um, but sorry everyone, my computer restarted again. It was the same as yesterday. It just randomly restarted. That was so weird. Um, but yeah. Um, and that's why I illuminated. That's why I'm not sure if I got banned or not because I didn't get a notification from Einar. I still have full access to the Discord. It just won't let me uh, access any of the. Sorry, my chaotic influence um, in my life. But my yeah, I it just says that I can read all the channels, so maybe they muted me, but like the last time they muted me, they at least like informed me that I was being muted. So who knows? In any case, I did like systematically go through and start like deleting all of my content in response if they muted me as just kind of like a retaliation and just like a reminder of like who exactly they were muting. Oh, no, I'm not a Palia partner. Are you kidding? Nope. I appreciate that you think so highly of me, but no, I'm not. That means that they would have to acknowledge my existence. Hey, thank you for the follow there, Ellie. Oh, fiddlesticks. I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm still booting up today. We have anonymous follows on for a reason. Hmm. I appreciate that. And you are definitely not alone in those feelings of me being a Palia partner. And we were talking yesterday because they opened up the applications for being a Palia partner. Although I'm not sure if I could deal with the non-disparagement clause of like not saying anything negative about them and just like, but if I could like get in like a ninja and be like, get in and then like get decor trading implemented or like get be like, hey, these are all the things that you guys should implement to make your game better. And then once those things are implemented, just GTFO. Just Shunpo. Well, no. So it's all about um so it's all about knowing how to rather than thinking about the non-disparagement clause as pretending to be someone you're not, think of it as a box. If we think of it as a box, and it just means that it would be a new system for me to operate in. That's all. It would be kind of like a puzzle, maybe. Who knows? I mean, truth be told, I mean, I've applied for it twice, and they haven't even acknowledged my existence twice. So who's to say they would not do it a third time? I clicked on to the link, and yet again, ah, oh my God, the benchmarks that they have laid out. Uh, sorry. Let's. I mean, not. Mainly sorry because I can't remember, but let's go find these benchmarks just to to like show you how ridiculous they are. Um, also, good one. Good time zone snark, by the way. Forgot to. I was in the midst of whatever that all was. Here we go. I just kind of have to laugh because I feel like I've made progress in the time since I've like applied last to this program. So here are the brackets that you can choose from. How many followers slash subscribers do you have? 0 to 500. Uh, I do have my just because like my house is a little bit loud today, so sorry. I'll get a little bit closer to the mic. Uh, is that better? Check check check. I can also try it and like enunciate better. So it's not you, it's me. But yeah, here are the brackets. So 0 to 500 is the first one. You know, mm, uh, the second bracket is 500 to 1,000. And as a note for anyone unfamiliar with like, for YouTube specifically, to become a YouTube part, like to monetize your YouTube channel, you need 1,000 subscribers. And there and like the Palia partner program, 1,000 subscribers is just pocket change, apparently. Uh, Third bracket is 1,000 to 5,000, and then fourth bracket 5,000 to 10,000, The next bracket, 10,000, 50,000, 50,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to 500,000. Then top end is 500,000 plus. Oh, my God. It's just, yeah, but when I think that I've come so far in like all of this nonsense, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. Artist first, content creator second. And I guess I'm technically in the third bracket now in YouTube and Twitch. Or am I? Yeah. Is the 1,000 to 5,000. It's just, and basically what I'm getting at here, because Singularity 6 only looks at big numbers, they're only going to accept channels that have big numbers. So because both my channels are only in that third bracket, they're not going to give me a second glance. It doesn't matter that I have two channels that are both monetized. And they're definitely not going to care how hard it is to monetize YouTube specifically. But as far as I'm not unsure. The going theory in the community is that you have the ear of the developers. And that's the benefit. Since you have their ear, you can get whenever they talk about or whenever the developers talk about highly requested features, those highly requested features are most likely coming from curated feedback from Palia partners. It's kind of why whenever not I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm not. I'm just saying that anyone who is a fan of a Palia partner, make use of that. Or anyone who is a Palia partner who watches my channel. If you do have these things, because I understand that you guys have NDAs. I do understand that. So there's probably a lot that you can't talk about. Actually, not probably. I know that there is a lot that you can't talk about. And I understand how NDAs work. So it's okay. All I'm saying is if that is a thing that you guys can curate feedback and give it to the developers. Make use of that, please. Because they sure as shirt ain't listening to the rest of us. Well, it's first thing in the morning. Wow, it's first thing in the morning. So you know what that means. It's time to make our potted moonstones. That also being said, this could also be why I got banned. I was talking about a potential exploit. Now that I think about it, I was kind of cagey about it though. And I mean, if this is why they banned me, they should have given me a Einar message about it. And technically, I never said the word exploit. I just said that you get really good EXP gains. Or actually, no, I said it was a really good way to burn rested experience. That's all. Which is not a lie, it is. Whatever. It's kind of like when I like quit being a part of the um yeah, which I meant to address this yesterday. Sorry, Millie. You mentioned that yesterday. I sorry. I'm gonna stop what I'm doing because you mentioned this yesterday, and I responded to it in my head, and I apologize. I do apologize. I am actually curious of exactly how much experience the string lights give. The reason why I see these are the short ones. I guess it's 2 bars of iron. So this is why it scared me away. And this is what I responded in my head. I was just like, yeah, but I need to spend iron. And my response was just visceral tiny dragon noises. But let's see. Was that a 1, a 6 with 2 zeros? Ma'am. I mean, what mine? We don't need to go mining. We can just go buy the iron. I'll throw money at that. Just take my money. I mean, we could go mining. Mining does give, sorry, for anyone unaware, mining experience goes into your lunar path at 1 to 1. So it's not a bad conversion ratio, all things considered. Oh, you didn't know that things go into the lunar path at different ratios? Because they do. Mm. Good morning, Seraph. What would cause you not being able to place buildings on a winter that's at present? Potentially other buildings being too, or other buildings or items being too close. You're on an empty plot. In that, um, uh, kind of. It was kind of mentioned when they first mentioned bringing out that system. They did inform that a portion of your uh what the heck do they refer to it in this game? A portion of the experience that you gain from professions, I think they call it in this game, will be contributed to the lunar path. Do they say what portion that is? Of course not, because they have the transparency of granite. So, here we are. Yeah, okay, sorry, let me turn down my sensitivity on my mouse. So the other thing that could be happening is just your mouse is not aligned with the top of your present. Kind of like that. So it looks like our mouse is, but in all actuality, it isn't. Now it is. Does that make sense, Ellie? And then now that we are aligned, we just exit out, do our jump trick, and it should, in theory, allow us. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, similar to Aaron. I normally do that example with a big old rainbow dragon. For obvious reasons. Um, have we burned through the rest of XP? Almost. There you go, darling. Bibbity boppy, the building is yours. I mean, yes. Yes, there is. That is kind of what I was getting at before. That, like, if you do craft furniture, it's best to craft furniture during or with your rested experience, because your rested experience allows you to get a 1-to-1 conversion ratio for your furniture experience, if that makes sense. Whereas without your rested experience, you only get 10%. Do I have food? I have food. Sorry. It's the same for cooking as well. So cooking and uh, cooking and can you show how to regulate your mouse? Blah, 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 blah. How to regulate your mouse? Sure. As well, if you're having issues with your mouse being too fast, and you don't have one of those super fancy mice that you can toggle your DPI, as it's fancily called, you can go up here and you can turn down and you can crank down your what's called your camera sensitivity. If you want to be real slow, you can crank it all the way down to 1, and you will yeah, it will be very difficult to move your camera around. So aim sensitivity is referring to, let's see, I can't remember if, yeah, we can. So aim sensitivity is only for this. That's what aim sensitivity is. It's only when you're holding, like for PC players, it's only when we are actively aiming. So engaging our left or engaging some type of aim function. I was going to say the left mouse button, but it depends on which thing it uses to aim. Because I believe with, oh no, because we do aim with this. I think that's still the aim function. Unsure. It's a system that I'm not too familiar with. But yeah. Now, here, let's there we go. And we exit. How many squares should you be away? I mean, because you can technically have the building placed, I would say about half the building's distance. I don't know, that doesn't really give you a distance in squares, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is about a safe distance. And what would cause the building to snap to you and not the present? That would be doing the jump trick incorrectly. So because there are two different modes that this could be in, so for starters, let's just, again, make sure that this, yep, we're good. So something that I forgot to mention, we don't want to exit this until we have taken our hand off of our mouse. That is, once our hand is off the mouse, that is when we exit out of here. And so if we were to do this without jumping, we're still in a mode that looks the same. However, the building is able to move. So it kind of looks like it snaps to you. And okay, so if the building is unable to move, that means your cursor moved then, because your targeting was off. Unfortunately. I hate to say it, that's the only reason that would happen. You must have you must have bumped your cursor by accident. And see, since we're in the way, it's not letting us move. Now, I'm not sure if this is still a thing or not. I know at one point we did need our head to be at the same level as the top of the present. Is that still a thing? I wish Drake was here. Drake is the foremost expert on this stuff. So you are at least 10 squares away. So by all accounts, you should be fine. And you said you're on an empty plot. What landscape are you on? That's the only thing. You're on a generic landscape. Fair enough. Okay. Yep. That was the I was scraping the bottom of the barrel with that one. That's that's like that is literally my Hail Mary is just like, is it the landscape's fault? I have no idea. Did we miss? Didn't ad come and go already? Oh no, it's about to happen. When? When is it coming? It's okay. I think it's almost an ad break time, and I need a. So I might just run them early. Yeah, they're coming to get you. I'm just. uh, yeah. So I'm gonna go do some self care break. Or wow. I'm gonna go do some self care. My God. Hey, there's the warning. Lol. So yeah, I'll see everybody in about 4 minutes ish. Ish. My face also is like 5 different shades of red, so I'm gonna splash some cold water on my face. I will see everybody soon. Okay, man, we're back. Any luck? Hey, good time zone, Drake. Hmm. Sure. Let me turn on my visualizer and just uh let me turn on my visualizer and kind of fiddle with it so people can see what's going on. There we go. So we're just gonna start from the beginning. So once we have it all lined up on top, we are going to press the escape key twice. And now we can do some test jumps. And then in the middle of this is when we're going to do a roll between Y and H. And that's going to bring us to this. But of course, this time, did I forget to say when I was talking about canceling out of that placement, dang it. Yeah, I knew there was something I was forgetting to mention. Possibly. Because yeah, if you are canceling by using the right mouse button, it would shift your mouse around. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Fiddlesticks. I'm gonna go sit in the dragon shame corner. At least we got there. It's one of those things that like it makes sense in my head because it's like it's second nature to me, and I forget to like translate it to, common speech. So, but at least we got there eventually. Oh, is it is it still loud? Hmm. I mean, I do not mind turning it down because it's also rather loud in my ears. So hopefully that is better, but still, you know, people can still hear it. It's like only slightly better. Interesting. And okay, so can you hear that? He's like, I don't even see that on my bar. And yeah, when I say a roll, like the key that I notice like pressing first is Y. But yeah, like this comes from like me being a pianist, I think. So like I would equate it to being like a mhm, off and on for like since I was 6. Um, but like a slur, if people are familiar with that. That's so like where the the two notes are connected by like no space and like pretty much played at the same time, but offset ever so slightly. If that makes any sense. Yeah, just like how flicking works. Just trying to think of the timing. The timing is so if you're finding that you're going to the H screen, it means that you're pressing Y before H or H before Y. I can't stress how quick it is. Like it's so quick that I even I fail at it, as you can see. But like so um if yeah, if you guys want to like keep watching, I'll do it a few times just so you can keep watching. And for ease of or like for myself anyway, I use my middle finger, my pointer finger, and I roll like this. Forgot to mention that. Yeah, it's one of those things that makes sense to me, might not for other people. But so I do the double jump with my left hand, and then I go like this. So yeah, okay, get a drink. Okay, so you're back. Sweet. It's okay. Just and I'm only asking this because and because I would like you to know that I do not mind repeating myself. Uh, and do you would you like me um or I know that you were off attempting it. Did you hear any of the little bit that I was just talking about? And no is perfectly fine to say. Okay, cool. Did you hear the part where I mentioned like which fingers I was using for the roll? Also, at this point, what or no, because you mentioned that you're getting stuck in the H this time, which honestly, um, as I mentioned, does happen to me. So it could just be at this point, just yeah, practice, which is, truth be told, what I had to do as well, and that's perfectly fine. It's part of the growing pains with glitching, and it's honestly something to keep in mind not just for yourself, but for anybody else that is out there watching, that with a lot of these things, failure is going to happen. I didn't just wake up one day and was magically good at this stuff. When you get to the collection screen, do you exit out? Good question. I'm trying to think about that. Normally I use the arrow, but let's see if you can use the escape key. That failed. The escape key is perfectly fine. Now, when you are in this view here, yeah, so the escape key is perfectly fine. However, blank. Um, yeah, from like my personal experience, the way that you know that like it definitely succeeded is you should get a little bit of a lag spike. So like how that little lag spike happened, that's when I'm just like, sweet, it succeeded. Mm. You've tried both. Okay. If you want my honest opinion, what could be happening is, and you're gonna hate this. I'm so sorry. You could be um no the reason why you're gonna I think you're gonna hate this is whenever I've gotten this critique in the past, I've gotten so ragey. So I'm just like, oh, I don't want to say this, but I get the feeling you're trying too hard, and you might be overthinking it. And it's part of why in the yep, there it is. In like the very beginning, I mentioned like doing some like practice jumps and just kind of feeling out how that double jump feels and the timing on that. because you actually have more time than you think to do that role. You don't really need to rush too much. Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly. Worry first and foremost about getting into this view. When you can get into this view, then you're in business. That's part part and parcel why like people like me, people like Drake, people like Snap are are so like proficient at this already is like we were already using another glitch. Like we were already using this like a trick like this before this came out. And it's kind of what I think a lot of people forget is like that kind of perspective is that a lot of these glitches are built off of other tricks. Um, if we kind of like equate it to ballet. Yeah, fun fact. I also was a ballerina for a little bit. Like you don't just go straight into sixth position. Actually, that's a bad example. You don't just go straight into fourth position. You start in first, then you go to second, then you go to third, then you go to fourth. You don't immediately start going into those wild spins and turns. You start by perfecting a plie and then building off of that. So, well, it's my pleasure. I think it's what a lot of people forget that this like the stream started out as. I started this stream like as a help desk. To just because I was spending so much time answering questions on Discord that I was just like, it would just be easier to just do like a live help desk and just like have people like drop in and like just do live demonstrations. Because personally, I'm a visual person myself. So yeah, okay, you're very welcome. And that probably for the best, especially if it's a laptop. Those get airborne very easily. But yeah, not speaking from experience. And again, you're very welcome. Okay. Oh, sweet tea and biscuits. That was concerning. I just had like a massive leg spike, like not in not in Palia, in like my computer. That's concerning. Uh, I mean, poker face. Oh, okay. All right, let's look at the message again from our informant. Although I think they did mention that it was much harder to do with any of the sittable furniture. Okay, interesting. Hmm. Nope. Fair enough. Sorry, round two. My God, did it work? Poker face. That is so broken. That is so busted. Huh. Although the timing on that is murder. Yeah. You know, let's not get too greedy. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I don't know what you're talking about. It was nothing at all. Oh, it wasn't? Oh, so does that mean that no one can hear the music? Is the music inaudible? Is no, and I can't tell if people's reaction is to what just happened with the thing. And I'm also I mean, yeah. I mean, I still need to test it more because, you know, I mean, I technically, I mean, it's still in the early testing stages because mm, it's hard to tell if it's an exploit or not. So I'm not sure to if I don't know. I don't know where I'm at with it. Oh, that also being said, I'm not even sure if I really care anymore, if that makes sense. Where's the ghost flower? I think we got one of those the other day. I think those are in decor now, aren't they? Because of course they are. Yeah, they are. Oh, and Drake, if you pay attention for a second, I can show you what just happened. Are you watching? It's a little bit hard to see. Yeah. Allie. You okay, that is fine. Grats. All of the grats. All of the grats on your success. I will not admonish you for not taking a break. I will just say congratulations. Uh, yeah. Although, I mean, yeah, Drake Lance didn't see it yet, but I mean, we're gonna try it later. Uh, more. My brain is not working. Palia fries me so much. It's not even funny. But no, I don't want to leave yet. I was gonna go grab some. Heartopia's calling me. I mean, kind of, but at the same time, Heartopia's not doing, or Heartopia's kind of doing me dirty lately too. Like it used to be nice and fun, and not so much anymore. Yeah, and the thing is, like I'm starting to get that with Heartopia now as well. Sadly. Oh, ooh, it's okay. It's not your fault. I am glad that, or just because that is happening for me, it does not mean that I'm not happy that you are still having fun. If that makes any sense. Uh, what the heck? What? Why did auto mod Y? Is there like a banned term? I don't understand. I You like try to turn on auto moderation to like keep yourself safe with Twitch chat, and then it's just like block this message and that message, and it's just like why? Um, But that being said, Allie, you mentioned that you are still having issues. My brain is frying. Oh, maybe it was just highlighting that message so I would pay attention to it. It didn't block that message. Oh, Wii U. Gotta love OBS sometimes. It does the most interesting things. Okay, your remote wheel is set. So we're not. Okay, so your remote wheel is set to F1. Um, so we're not. We're talking to, or we're not talking about the remote wheel so much as like the collections tab, if that makes sense. But and when we're talking about like bindable hotkeys, the bindable hotkey that you're looking for will be uh I just need to find my Y. Here we go. I mean, yeah, toggle emotes tab. Mm, does anybody remember the old Anastasia movie? I can learn to do it. You can learn to do it. Um, but yeah, if you have and I mean, truth be told, and I'm kind of curious, especially because like if you're a left-handed dominant person, I'm just mildly curious. My God, didn't I apologize that it took me this long to think about that. I should also mention I'm ambidextrous, like or not not in. There's always annoys that people. I'm partially ambidextrous. I'm not entirely, but I'm partially ambidextrous, mainly because of like the amount of like piano I played in my life. So I and like other things. So it has made me become proficient with both hands for everything except for writing. And so when it comes to things about like thinking about like right and left hand dominance, I'm just like, I forget. I apologize. That can be a factor. Okay, so let's try F2 for toggle housing menu, and then emotes tab, F1. And then this time, jump with space key. Interesting. That is so weird. It works. Unfortunately I'm incapable of showing it because I don't have a visualizer set up F uh for F1 and F2. I mean, I could set one up. But definitely a very elegant solution. Thank you, Ali, for mentioning that you have the emotes tab set to F1. Inspiration comes from the most interesting places. Interesting. The timing is different if you rebind them to those two keys. It is practically simultaneous. It is simultaneous, or more or less. No, I rebound them, or it's not. I don't think. I don't think you would want that. I think bad stuff would just happen. I don't think. Yeah, I do not think you would want that. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. We can try though. I think the closest you could probably get. Fine, for science. Here, let's try. Here, so emotes tab, or because it unbinds toggle housing. Wow. I adore of all the things that in this game that you and as a note, there are many hotkeys that you are not able to unbind. It just straight up says no. This hotkey right here is integral for switching plots. If you unbind this, you cannot switch plots. Or change security settings. Or place housing down. The list goes on. Yeah, whatever. This is why I'm banned from the main Palia Discord. Whatever. Mm. It still says I do not have permission to send messages in any channel. And my username is grayed out. If you search any of my posts. So I systematically went through and I deleted my post from the open call where they ask for plots to be submitted for their promotional work. So if they ever use my work again, I will mention in the comments that I deleted myself from that list. The one that they already used me in, sure. They used me in the Palia Path video sometime last year. They displayed my greenhouse. You know, the one that can't be replicated now. Lol. Okay. You know, that, I mean, that or, you know, learn coding so I can just go make my own. That's always an option. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, what? I don't have ADHD. What are you talking about? Who smells a new project? I could not. It unbinds the other one. All right, I'll see you guys after the break. And we're back. Hopefully Drake enjoys their food. Right. Thanks for the welcome back, hon. I playing at the visualizer right now. Um. Suppose before I venture out into the wide open world, how did you make out with things there, Allie? Also, thanks for the welcome back. Must be on a different plot. Hey, love. Just wanted to touch base and see if things got sorted on your end, or if you needed some assistance. Oh, sure. What? Oh, oh, tell them I say hi as well, and I send my love. Um, what materials would I suggest floating this huge gazebo skyward? I mean, truthfully, you can use anything. I know it's not really the answer you were probably hoping for, but since you have a, uh, okay, sorry. Let me form a bit of more of a helpful answer here, because it definitely matters a bit more the kind of look you're going for, if that makes sense. Because since the Winterlight Spread present is a tabletop item, it in and of itself allows us to be a bit more open with what we're doing here. So that's more what I'm getting at, or trying to get at anyway. Yeah. Basically, it's kind of a what is the turn of phrase? Embarrassment of riches. Yeah. When there's just so much. Although that being said, if you are like you're already using that specific gazebo, personally speaking, I would, you know, because you're going to, or there are two different ways you can go about it. You can go with it is a gazebo floating on a piece of land that is up in the air and just kind of floating there. And it's just this floating mass that is up there. And that is one direction you can take with it. Or you can go with a piece of architecture that is levitating up there. And in the secondary case, I would actually sink the present into something like one of the Umbran bridge pieces. So like the platform, or the hilariously named petite platform, because then from there you would be able to build off of it. And suddenly, instead of just having this gazebo hovering there, you can now build off of your hovering gazebo and have an interconnecting. Although it is a good thing to remember that these things are really annoying to work with. Like, really annoying. I can't even fully remember how they group select, but they do group select. But like, personally speaking, I would love it if this would attach here. Does it? Of course not. It only attaches like this. All of the tiny dragon rage. That one doesn't look as bad, but it's still just. I can't remember how I got it to go in, because there is a way. I just basically, you just gotta. It all involves like. Basically, you gotta trick the system into making it think the building block or the pieces are other pieces, and it's just like, no, this platform isn't that piece, it's this piece. And yes, okay, good, 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 good. Now we're getting somewhere. Kind of. Why is it off center? Ah, fine, fine, I guess. Yeah. Ay. Yes, we'll just like group select it. Fine. This is fine. There. Am I happy that I had to go through all that to make it work? No. But we got there eventually. Oh, times like you just gotta laugh. You just gotta laugh. Doesn't alt tab. I don't know what your alt tab does, but my alt tab doesn't do that. Um, my my alt. I just need like if I press alt. Alt is my group select. Alt V works as well. If you have V set up as like a secondary input, then yes. Not sure how close these need to be. Right. This was part of what made these things so weird is like here, I'll show you. So with these bridge pieces, so these curves here are not attached. So they will group select. However, they won't pick up this big piece here. And but these so basically the same kind of piece will group select together. Um, but different kinds will not. So some of them you do have to like snap in, but then like with like this platform, you can like create like a group selected mass. I only have, it looks like I only have 3 of them made. Now theoretically, we can group select this into one of these slots. If it's attached to the gazebo, then it should group select. No. This is kind of where it gets weird because we want to, we are going to want to sync the assembly, so our platforms will kind of be flush-ish. Or I mean, if you want to be if you want to be really H-core, you can have the platform on top of the red present. Then group select that big platform there. It just has the present in that slot. And then you could just like hide before you place stuff down. You just like sync like one of these platforms in it. Super, super duper easy way to sync stuff into a red present, by the way, is just go, over, well, have it centered in here. Then we're gonna get this like X grid. You can, if you're on PC, you can get this X grid by holding Shift. And then we're just going to go straight over. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, sure, 5. Should do it center up again. And we're going to press 1 to do an item cancellation. Now we're going to put a building block on top of the second red present. We're going to press group select. So this red present is going to snap straight on top of that first red present. And we're just going to refresh. Now this red present is hovering exactly 1 red present height, but 5 squares away. So now we can grab, not that one. The bottom. We move the bottom one. So we can do that again. We'll go here. And just go straight to the side. And, let's grab some markers. Because, personally, I have a hard time counting. At least at this point in the day. I didn't finish my aquaria of coffee. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where we're targeting. Now there's no need for the shift because, we know where we're going. Going from the center of there to the center of here. We're good. And then we press our number 1 for our item cancellation. Now this next part is where it gets a little weird, because if we just go to place on the top of the red present, it snaps to, it will not snap to the middle, because of course not. And that's why we do this extra step, because the the building blocks will snap perfectly on top of the Winterlight's red present. That is why this next step is nice. So if we group select the building block, that will pass those properties down to this red present. Although all of these things, we don't need those. They just get in the way. And now it'll perfectly stack those two Winterlight's red presents. And the nice thing about this, we can go here, And because we know where that is in like for the most part, if you would like kind of like a reminder, grab a dinner plate, or a little bit better now that um, Singularity 6 made us not able to store tinted furniture. For that one, by the way. The Winterlights plates are nice because they are colored. So this way we have a little marker. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm being perfectly honest, did kind of call this one a while ago. Or at least, or like a while before they like came out and said it, and I was just like, I feel like us being able, or like having so many different tinted item, or like between like having tinted items and like so many different items in our storage is causing problems. And yeah. Now, unfortunately, we're going to be at the mercy of our pink lines here for lining up our sink. If those lines are a bit difficult, because I mean, like, Phoenix knows I'm straining myself to see those. We can make life a little bit easier on ourselves. By simply making ourselves a little platform out from our Winterlight thread present. And don't worry, any of like these additions we add to our little assembly here aren't going to affect our sink height at all. It just makes our life a little bit easier. And now all we do is go straight down. And then item cancel. As long as we have an item to cancel with, in which to cancel with. Dragon. There we go. It's okay, that's a good reminder for Your item cancellation is not working. Make sure that there is an item in which to cancel with. I mean, it's just a good moment to remind the reason why I make it look easy, love. It's because I've been doing this as as I got a stark reminder from the post I went to go delete from the main Palia Discord. I have been doing this since September of 2023. So going on, I guess, yeah, going into our third year here. We have a little bit of red showing, so. How do we solve that class? That's right, we add a little bit more height. We can either use a paver or a plate, whichever one you prefer. They both work. And then, same, straight down. Item cancellation as this is kind of why I like to have just an item in every single slot in the number 1 slot. There we go. Because that way, if it switches to a random bag slot, if I press number 1, there will always be an item there for me in which to cancel with. Then we run back, refresh, come back. Look at that. It's all nice and the present is all nice and covered up now. We can see if the gazebo, if we're lucky, might actually just place there. If we're lucky. Let's see. Did I? I did. Oops. Forgot that I rebound that key. Yeah, I was kind of worried that we would get the something is in the way message. Or prep station, cook station, oven. Yeah. How do we solve this? I mean, for starters, we check to see if just performing an item cancellation with that. Oh, fiddlesticks. Hey, nice. And truth be told, stairs. Because floating stuff can get kind of annoying, if I'm being honest. And they didn't give us, Umbran stairs, because of course they didn't. Just saying S6 would have been nice. Yes, exactly. It's a complete furniture set. Jeez. What? I forgot that these. There we go. What piece is attached to the stairs? The bridge. As I like to say, I'm not magic, but I'm the next best thing. Theoretically, having the bridge attached to the stairs wouldn't. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to accomplish here. Although the system is pushing back really hard because of course they are. The system really doesn't like to let me have my way. So I think this may, for once, I think this may be due to my own incompetence. It does happen. I'm just like, what? You? No, you're kidding. Okay. If we, because this is technically placed on a red present, we get to the right angle, there it is. We can actually perform an item cancellation on the gazebo. Fun fact. Yeah, yeah, come on. Come on. No, come on. You were so close, buddy. Reminds me of the Hot Wheels track. Oh my gosh. It's, I mean, kind of. Oh, this is making my selective OCD go insane. How do other people feel about, like, out of curiosity, how do other people feel about um like group texts? Am I completely off base and being like kind of annoyed by those? Sweet, I'm not alone. Like, and like people have like mentioned that too. They're just like, oh, we can just like leave the group. I'm just like, yeah, and they can add you back. I mean, it kind of worked. It's not perfect, but you know what? Perfection is an unachievable construct that should not, or sorry, an unattainable construct that should never be actually. Hey, there we go. Also, yeah, I just mute my phone, which I also feel like a, you know, but so uh, only thing to remember is just like being able to like get up here, though. Easy fix for getting up there. Um, where's my box? I had a box. Um, one of my favorites from Elderwoods. Did I actually use them all in that design? Um, okay, interesting. Sure. Hmm. That's fine. I do not mind making more of these because as I said, I love these guys. They're fantastic. They're probably like the um one of and I can't believe it's taking me like this long to remember. ADHD problems, whatever. But to like keep coming back to check these guys every single time new tints come out. And maybe because the new tints have been garbage, but whatever. Eventually they won't be. Here. Ooh, Dahlia. Maybe. Oh, God. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, that one isn't bad. The Riff Rock one. Um, that's kind of cute. Little, kind of looks like maybe like coral-ish. It's kind of cute. What's the celebration? It'll be also kind of coral-esque. Olive. Oof. Pardon the pardon the squeak. Dropped in the fryer. We got the Harmony tint. Our tried and true alabaster. Slate, if you would like some of that for you. If you want to go a splash of color, we have violet or amaranth. Oof, that's actually not bad. Then, of course, we have the old standards: autumn, shore, berry, calathea, classic. There's a leafy green. If you were around for Christmas, there's wintry. What I'm getting at here is there's a lot of options for these guys, and they make really nice stairs. So, yeah, that's what all the word vomit was for. Sorry. I'm sure like 90% of everyone just like tuned me out halfway through. Stairs. Elderwood end table is good for stairs. Yeah. If I had to pick an item from that set, it is probably this end table is like hands down the best. There's a hill I will die on. Just imagine a tiny dragon on a tiny hill, just like fight me. All right, it's time for our next self-care break, everybody. I'll see y'all after the ads. Much love. And thank you as well, uh, Ellie. My gosh, my brain is short-circuiting. Thank you for the welcome back. Um, because this actually gives me a bit of inspiration for my upcoming piece. Not, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to wholesale pinch it, but like I have been kind of trying to figure out what direction I want to go with this plot, my tiny dragon horde, and I decided yesterday that we're going to do like a tiny adventure. And it, I think, would be really cool to have part of the tiny adventure to go up into like an Umbran gazebo type treehouse. Should write that down before I forget. Because conceptually, it is going to be like you as like the person visiting the plot, traveling with the tiny dragon through the different areas. And there are going to be like different uh not there's going to be not just one horde, if that makes sense. There's going to be separate horde areas. So I want there to be like one that's in like a tree-esque biome, one that's in like a rocky cave, one that's kind of like in like water, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I wonder if you get the same amount of experience for the long lights as well. Ooh, biscuits. You actually get less. That's hilarious. Oh, reminder to fill up your focus bar, class. Fiddlesticks, we should really dump our metals at some point. Oh, also, forgot to do our dailies. Yay, we have easy dailies. Suck it, S6. You're not gonna waste my time. I mean, what? All right, see you in a hot minute, sweetie. And 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's an albino eel, right? We have one of those here. We're getting there. We're getting there, fam. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7.5. We're getting there. So theoretically speaking, or actually, let's see how much experience we get from those small string lights. Let's see if we get 10%. I get the feeling we do. We're at 525. Hey, Levy. Welcome back. Oh, wait. I keep doing that, but need to leave it. Need to leave this storage chest here specifically for when I play on my Switch. I can pick up every other copper storage chest except for this one. Just do that. My brain is short circuiting. Let's just jump to this one. 525, we get 1600 raw experience. We went up to 685 minus 25. Yep, 160, we get 10%. Yeah. Meaning divided by 160. So it's not, I mean, if you're going the furniture crafting route, it's definitely the easiest recipe I've found, or that has been found thus far. So without rested EXP buff, that's 62.5 crafts per lunar level. As long as you have your focus buff up. So you're burning a lot of food. Like you're burning a ton of food, by the way. Let's just see how much it is without food. Without food is 800. So half that. So 80 experience. It's still not bad. $125 per lunar level. Don't get me wrong, it's not great, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. If you're able to like find a cooking recipe that gives good experience, I personally am not familiar with cooking recipes enough to inform on that. Because I have no, yeah. I don't cook enough. I don't. I'm sorry. We could try and find one. But that also being said, I have no idea if a cooking recipe it is functioning properly or not for as far as experience goes. So, I think going with the flow is where our kitchen. But please don't judge me for it. It's just like when people are just like worried about me seeing their work. This is my cooking setup. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate that people have like such a high opinion of me. I I I, I appreciate it. I do. But even I just throw stuff out there sometimes as a note. Sorry if that shatters the illusion for anybody. A cascade of gasps. Yeah, that actually might be fun. Let's decorate the cooking area. Why not? No, it doesn't need to be anything fancy. Just so it's a little bit less basic. Or I guess I don't know. Basic's fine, but I don't know. That's boring, I guess. I can never look at you again. The shame. The shame. I love you, Angie, so much. I adore you. Ooh, let's see what the honey bun shrugs. You know, since I'm banned from the main Palia Discord, if someone could like mention to them that it would be lovely if one of these pocket things that they did for like, tints and treats, if they could do that for wallpapers and flooring, that'd be great. Just saying this all. That system that's been in the game since the beginning. But whatever. S6 never looks back, darling. It distracts from the now. Oh, that did end today, didn't it? Uh, I mean, just because it's like we can doesn't mean I mean, because I also like to use my safe storage for as like to when I'm doing like a project, narc. And I'm just like, okay, so I'm using this item, this item, this item. Just saying as well. That like and as a note, the the perpetuation of people saying, "Oh, you can use this like your lockbox for your wallpaper textures," is perpetuating Singularity 6 from not improving the system. Just as a note. Just saying. And I though I just saw the first part of your message where you're just like, I know you know, but so I apologize for my rant. Fiddlesticks. Yeah, I remembered to mute the mic that time. Hmm. That's good. It was needed. I feel like they changed these recently. Did they? I can't remember. They didn't. Would have been nice though. But we should add, if you're not already using it for something important. Yeah, there you go. It would be nice if, like, along with all this, there was an option to just like roof, flat roof, open ceiling. And yes, 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 I know about the whole thing with the stairs. Just because that's an option doesn't mean it's a good option. Hmm. How much space do we actually need? I think 2. Two should do. Hmm. Interesting. Fiddlesticks. Nah, it's fine. Uh, hmm. Where's our chest? Here. Mm, I didn't think so. That would have been too easy. That's okay. Mm, sure. That moment when you're realizing that you're being inefficient in real time for everyone to see. That's okay. I mean, yes. Thank you. I just also would like to not wreck my uh, item limit. No, of course you aren't. Okay, so 3 crates should, in theory, bring us to the center of a room. Mm. And we'll place 4 just to be safe. Now, when doing something like this, I like to grab something that places on a single point. No particular reason, I just find it easier. If you have access to a candlestick, is really good. Even better yet is the spooky floating candle. Let's fix our hotkeys. Because we fixed the housing menu, but we didn't fix the Now, the reason why we wanted something that's going to place on a single point is for this, we're going to be aiming for the same point on both presents. Hey, Yuki. How's your day going, hun? Ah, fiddlesticks. Okay. Theoretically. Wait. Hey. Fuck it. I mean, what? I mean, I'm just a cute little tiny dragon. I didn't do anything. No, we should just, like, Hmm. Yeah, that might work. I'm just gonna do an item cancellation just to make sure it works first. Doop, 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 doop. Hey, oh, hey, how's it going, Drake? How was food? Okay, remember that we're aiming for that front point. So, oh, you've been sent to ask me about glitching. Okay. Who sent you? Because I need to kneecap them. I mean, what? Uh, I'm just kidding. Kind of. In particular, what? Sorry, it's not because of that. It's because it's anyone that's familiar with the channel knows why, and it's because um, asking questions is perfectly fine. However, asking about glitching in general is such an open-ending question. Whew. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you did not need the sub, but I appreciate it. My gosh. You want to sit cows in couches? Oh my gosh, that is such a. Which couch in particular? Ravenwood? Because, for starters, let me get out of this because I'm currently stuck in the front porch here. Let's pop over to workshop. And yeah, you definitely came to the right place. All right. Uh, I like to think that I'm funny as well, but I'm really bad at jokes. So the cows do have really big booties. So um, and there is a joke I used to like to say when trying to put things on chairs is throw a teacup under it, believe it or not. It's you can probably go back in to the main Palia Discord, like super far back, and uh yeah, anyways, let's see if we can find some more moves. Mm-hmm. Ranch. There we go. Right, because they're not called. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I always forget that they're not actually called Ormus fiddlesticks. And then I'm just like, I have them. What's going on here? Okay. And then specifically Ravenwood, we should have that couch. Yeah, let's also grab some of that. The chic armchair. That one is going to be. And of course, the teacup I was referring to from back in the day is the Kilima teacup. Although they did change like how bumping works. Might be able to get this. I saw it go. At least I thought I saw it go. Oh, apparently there is like a golden spot in there. It's just not in a great spot. Are you familiar with a trick called flicking? I guess before I jump into flicking, are you on PC, Switch, Xbox, some combination therefore of? Okay, sweet. So something that you can do, and actually, funny enough, we can do it using a one of the bigger Ormus as like a marker because you know, sure, why not? And then, boop, get them all cozy in there. Turn off the grid. Do we want them on an angle? Maybe. We just, rotate the item. So this is a trick called flicking. Oh, thank you for the reminder. My visualizer's turned off. So, and specifically, this version of flicking is called obstacle flicking. It's not like the OG flicking. And when we have our obstacle in the way, and then we're going to press our left mouse button, and then have our, sorry, let me load it up into the spot that y'all can see. Voop, boop, shabadoop. And it used to be that there was like a timing thing involved, not anymore. You just hold the left mouse button down, and there you go. If at first you don't succeed, just try again. And if and if something is going wrong, just see what's going wrong. There's nothing in my number 1 slot, which is what I'm trying to flick with. There we go. So you can put basically anything anywhere with it. Hmm, for the most part, the system gets a little on some things, but yeah, it does have some limitations. It can only go in the cardinal directions. That's why we rotated this. That's why we rotated the couch, because our Ormus can only go like like this, or like this, like this, like this. Uh, how do people do the arches? That is a method that used to work, but not anymore, sadly, because Singularity 6 decided to change how the rules worked. Oh, whoops. Yeah, sorry to say. Now, you can still make it work if you wanted to. Like there are two different ways. You could use the obstacle flicking that I just showed or demonstrated. That is entirely possible. And basically you just get a shelf, have your bugs, and you go in the arch, and then you flick the bugs in around the arch like that. But there's a second part to it, because if you just flick them in on, like, say, a building block like this, you are going to be left with the spaces in between the bugs. And the way people get, if we, oh, oh wait, you subscribed, so you're still here. Fantastic. I don't need to stop in the middle of an explanation. Fantastic. Uh, so the way people get like these kind of curves. It's better to show from like the outside. To like have them like compressed in like that is by using, go back to the workshop. You don't need to use the base harvest house, but it is the most user-friendly for this glitch. So the back end of the harvest house, as well as the front end of the harvest house, has a very unique function. You might have noticed when we moved the shelf over here, it tossed the butterfly away. Now, if we flick our butterfly in, up there. I love when that bug happens so much. It makes me want to scream. Uh, on occasion, when you go to flick something, it'll default to your first bar and it'll flick in the wrong item. So keep that in mind. Yeah, exactly. In turn, the screaming is getting louder. Uh, okay. So yeah, if we flick in our bug here, and we're just gonna make sure that it is all nice and pretty like. Then we bring the shelf back over here. When it brings everything off of that wall, it compresses everything together. And that's how that curvature is made. Is combining, rotating that shelf with the compression of the merge wall. And if it sounds like I know a lot about it, I may have come up with it. Cough. That being said, I can't take full credit for the um, creation of the greenhouse. If you ever come across a user by the name of Lila Stern, she assisted with the creation of that because I kept running into roadblocks with that project, and she helped me with that. Bless that beautiful soul. Um, do I have a favorite glitch that gives me the most creative freedom? Interesting. It's an interesting question. Group select. Believe it or not. Or actually, sorry, that means nothing to you. Shoot. Sorry, you're just learning. That means nothing to you. We haven't even done that yet. Holy biscuits. Oh, you do know that one. Fantastic. Although you probably, I'm not sure if you know that is, you probably know it on, and it which fair enough, but you probably know it on a very, I don't know. You can do so much with it. There's so much. I mean, I know I wouldn't say amateur level, casual. There we go. I like that one, casual level, because you know because glitching is a rabbit hole that you can either choose to chase the right rabbit or you can, sit there and drink your tea and say, not today, white rabbit, not today. Um, but yeah, where is the capital chic chair is, the same. Which also, if you have a limited amount of Ormus, I just happen to have a lot of the heckin' Ormus. You don't need to use an Ormu. You can use anything as your obstacle. I have a fish. Like a fish works perfectly fine. Right on. I have the same love of the Muujin. My derpy boys. Yeah. Though I will say, like, and I am kind of remiss that I'm teaching you this glitch so soon, because this glitch, and I'll say this now, is not an easy one. So if you find yourself having difficulties with this glitch, try not to beat yourself up about it. Actually, multiple people have added obstacle flicking in their like beginner glitching tutorial lists, and I'm just like, what are you actually doing? It's not easy. So, yeah. The only reason why I make it look easy is because I've been doing this for like 3 years. Okay. There's a line from an anime that I like to paraphrase. The anime is called Fire Force, and the line is sometimes you just gotta throw effort at the wall and see if it breaks. I like to say in regards to glitching, sometimes you just have to keep throwing effort at the wall until it breaks. So yeah. That also being said, sometimes you also need to know when to take a break and take a deep breath. Get up, walk around, maybe get some fresh air. If you feel like you have the urge to throw your keyboard across the room, maybe just a note, splashing cold water on your face is a great way to stimulate dopamine production. Fun fact. So, oh, I don't want to know what Steam tells me. Snitches get stitches. Pardon me as I throw one of my crochet hooks across the room. Hey, fresh air is for dueling dragonflies. There are people that don't have dueling dragonflies. Oh, you sweet summer child. You, I mean, if that's your white whale, you're doing pretty good. I'm assuming enough people have like chirped at you about like where to find it, so I'm not going to. Yeah, you got this one. Server hopping helps. I will say that. Wait, hold it. Has anyone mentioned to you what server hopping is? If you haven't been playing for very long. Ugh, milkshakes. Ugh. Ugh. Actually, okay. So, old school server hopping. Yeah. Um, truth be said, no, they're not. There is there is nothing in the game files to support server or the milkshake thing whatsoever. It is pure unbridled confirmation bias. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And that is the thing is, and that is how confirmation bias works. I don't know what to tell you. Hmm. Yeah. uh, I can only go off of what has been mined by the community. But um yeah. Oh yeah. And it is far more likely, uh, just as a note, that the milkshake method is uh, more a if you're familiar with like I'm not sure if it actually is, but like a lot of big numbers. So like just the more you do the if you like actually go and see these like milkshake parties or like milkshake methods, the people that are doing them are like dropping 4, 5, 6 honey lures in close proximity. Which, yeah, if you do that, statistically speaking, you are going to have more rare drops because of just the law of big numbers, because you have more spawns coming in. But yeah, but yeah, I I can only say what we know at least on our side of the game files. What I will also say is that there could be something on server side So it could be a thing. Um, it's part of the reason that like the no downtime patches can pop in where they mention like changing the spawn rates for um like Duskwings. So like they mentioned changing the spawn rates of Duskwings and there was like no downtime for that. That means that the patch was implemented on server side. So and that is data that we can't look at. So it yeah, it is kind of why the discussion of the milkshake method persists is, and I should have actually said, I should have started all that, is to my knowledge, because that is the correct statement, is to my knowledge. Sure. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that like uh, as long as like I'm a firm believer in like as long as milkshake parties aren't turning toxic, then it's like it's a social event that people are having fun at. It doesn't sound bad. It sounds like people are having fun. So I don't see any issue with it, honestly. It's only kind of when I hear things, I hear like the horror stories of players getting like bullied off of servers because there's like milkshake method happening, but and it's like because that's against terms of service, kids. Look it up. Griefing other players against terms of service. Fiddlesticks. Ooh, hey, don't mind if I do. Yeah, and it, mm, it, or I've never stuck around long enough to see if the same thing happens in the cooking community. I have seen like the messages go out of like people like kindly requesting people like do you mind switching to another server because we're having a cooking party and because I'm a people pleaser and I'm just like I don't I'm just like it's not worth my time, I don't care, so I'm just like getting out of here. And normally those are very cordial messages. I've never seen them get, cranky. I feel like, yeah. Hey, 306. I think we can get in a honey lure before people show up. Especially if we kind of, you know, aren't around the normal people, places. Fiddlesticks. We were not close enough to the spawn locale. Yeah, it sucks. Enjoy your lurk, Lev. Or wait, you don't think it's rude to ask? And oh yeah, I, I'm in complete agreement with you. I'm not sure if uh and like especially and even with like with like the milkshake like server takeover things, if people are like nice about it and like are just like, hey, we're having like a server takeover, do people mind like just switching servers, you know? Personally, I don't think that falls under that. I feel like other people would have dissenting opinions, but people are welcome to their opinion, same as I'm welcome to mine. Fiddlesticks, get back here. Eh, I don't think we got any star quality ones, but that's okay. We'll get them next time. it's a nice little addition to the day loop, I guess. Do I prefer solo hunting? I mean, do I? Kind of. It's mainly due to I'm so all over the place that I don't like to do one thing in this game for too long. And yeah, as Angie just mentioned, it gets so overwhelming so quickly, especially with the milkshake stuff in particular. And I think that's part of why I might be, and I will freely admit this now, mainly because I just realized it. Uh, kind of in maybe a little bit of oppositional defiance towards it, uh, because of how overwhelming it is. Just like one honey lure in it and of itself, with like three other people throwing bug bombs in all different directions, is a lot of stimulus. Throw like three more people, an entire server of that. I can't even fathom that chaos. I'm getting 404 messages up here. Yeah, right? It is. I find it like kind of funny. Um, that it's just like a cozy life sim, and it's just like, ah, yes, a cozy life sim. Come to a cooking party where you feel like you're on an assembly line at the factory. Sorry. Actually, I don't think I've mentioned to people that is one of the reasons that one of the few reasons I don't go to cooking parties is because of that. That I like went to one and it was just like I feel like I'm at a factory. It's like, isn't this supposed to be like a cozy game? Like, it, like the person at the front might as well be like beating a drum. Actually, the drum beating might have made it more tolerable. Uh, quite easily, actually. Slow and steady wins the race. Mainly because it doesn't lead to burnout. Take it from a bitter old queen that's been playing this game for 3 years. That being said, I can thank my like first cooking party for like unlocking my crafting slots. So, I'm not saying that there's no value into going to at least one. And also then you can see if they're for you. Try a bit of everything. You know, Give things the old college try. Have I ever built a restaurant? Hmm. Have I? I mean, have I? There's been so many projects. Hmm. Kind of. Though, I mean, like, nothing is intact at this point. So, yeah, I apologize if you're looking for inspiration. Ugh. A lot of my work got a wrecking ball back in December, thanks to S6. I do appreciate you being upfront about it, though. Um, I just am genuinely thinking if there's anything that I can offer you. Hmm. Nah, spent far too much of my time assisting with other people's work. I mean, poker face. Don't get me wrong. It's where I find joy in this game still. It's a little, or it, yeah, it's a little bit of joy I still find in this game is helping other people with their work. So, and doing like landscape architecture. That's always fun. Mm. I never played Animal Crossing, so I thankfully do not have that damage. Landscaping looks scary. Fair. I have no idea why I was even gathering. I'm so bad for this. Yeah. These days, pretty much pick up everything. I I wish I was joking. Pretty much everything goes into a tint these days. And even if it doesn't, it might at some point. You never know. If you see a forageable scrolls. Oh, sorry. These are those are just old quest items. Not important. Don't worry about these. I just even I have my own confirmation biases. That's why I don't judge people for theirs. Yeah, there. Yeah, your quest inventory is unlimited. I just have my own confirmation biases. That's all. I mean, I just noticed that. I mean, I always had. I mean, I have bad RNG, and I was just like, so I just you know started testing random stuff, and just like there has to be something, right? That like because my RNG is so bad, and then one day, then like I was like grasping at straws. So finally, the last straw that I grasped was I dumped everything out of my quest item pocket. Yep, and the confirmation bias was born. And the thing is that a lot of these are superfluous quest items that I can't get rid of. So that's so like this water key or these water keys here. I like you shouldn't have two water keys. Or technically, this is my second, my third water key. Um, this like tarnished locket, same. I kind of hoping that they like at some point are just like, hey, you can use quest items as like decor. That would be nice. But to anyone that has those quest items, but whatever, burning a hole in your quest item pocket. Nope. Instead, they were like, you have unlimited quest item storage, and it's just like, ah, great, sure. I guess that works too. Uh, oh, right. I was just like, what was I working on? I think we were sinking houses. You would think, but nope. There's even stuff that I haven't done. Mainly because there's a lot of stuff that I just don't see the point in doing. So if we like go down the achievement, or sorry, accomplishments, and there's some stuff that just will not check off, even though I have definitely I have definitely done this stuff. I definitely have gotten this, but it will not check off. But whatever. Oh yeah, I think that's one of them that it's just like I'll get to it when I get to it because uh here, yeah, this one right here, Relic Hunter. Eh, the the you get a nameplate and you get renown. My renown is capped out at 9,999. I could care less. Infected Angler, you get infected essence. I'm not rushing out to get that one. Basically anything involving ranching, watch how fast I go. Especially when you know, the thing you get out of it is renown. So, where is yeah, here like housewarming hero. It's one of those that like I will get to 3,000 when I'll get to 3,000. I'm not in a rush to do that. I know people who have like powered through to 3,000. This Scholar of Flames, I have done that. I've gone back and done it again and again, and it refuses to complete. So, yeah. Ah, yes, Weed Whacker. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yes. It does cost Palia coins and an obscene amount to use them as pets. I'm trying to see that like gold income one. I'm not even sure where I'm at. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like even like after 3 years, I'm not even there. Mm. It's another. I will get there when I get there. I've hit the I've hit the 20 mil, but mm, especially when like gold has such limited uses in this game. And yeah, the fact that the Scholar of Flames refuses to complete. So even if I wanted to 100% the achievement or accomplishments, I couldn't. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. And the prices in the game are even worse if you are not American. I'm I'm Canadian, so the the pricing of everything is so much worse. I can't remember what price they locked in the conversion rate at. I think it was um I can't remember. I did the calculation once and then I got angry. Forgot. I mean, you're not alone. If that makes you feel any better. If you, I apologize if you just started. Don't even look at this glitch. Yeah, not until next Christmas. That's all I have to say. Because that glitch demands this item that is only available during Christmas. And yeah, I am very sorry. But it is definitely a reason that you should support decor trading. Let's all go to the feedback form. Just saying is all. Uh, it's not even uh, it's not even on the developer's radar, to my knowledge. They haven't even mentioned that it is something that they are aware the community wants. I mean, your words. but I genuinely have no idea. Uh, you definitely aren't alone there. I would love interior doors as well. Such a wild thing to say. I would love interior doors. Like, what? Right? You are, you're much better. I, uh, I'm always a bit more crass with it, and I'm just like, eh, yeah, I'm just like, call me crazy, but I'm a bit shy when I go to the bathroom. I like a little bit of privacy, but apparently that's just me, right? I mean, uh, the only bathroom that I am uh, that I'm aware of, at least, is um Zeki's. I think Zeki has one in his bedroom. So, congrats on the. Thank you for that one. Oh, it feels good to laugh. Biscuits. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. uh, okay. I don't hate this. And you know what I always say? It's 9 times out of 10 what we can really ask for. Or at least hope for. And by all account, or by all rights, this shouldn't get booted. Fingers crossed. It's almost time for the next self-care break. It's coming up here in like a few minutes, so let's reload the plot, see if anything gets lost to the void. Oh no, 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 no. I apologize that that is what happened. That was my attempt at a very poor joke. Yeah, no. Yeah, good. I'm glad. Uh, Excellent. It survived. That is most good. Most good. Why are we vibrating? Is it because we're on the rug? I mean, if you can call it that, kind of. This is kind of just like the ramshackle cooking setup that I've been like using for when like cooking needs to occur. And I decided finally to like, make it actually look like something. Dang it. The ads snuck up on me again. Okay, we're actually going to do a self-care break because I actually need it. So I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, we'll be back. Hey, no one, no one almost got shot. Thank you for the welcome back. It's only because I don't like ambiguous open-ended questions. And I should have explained before as to why. Because it makes more sense. At least, when I explain as to why, when I I don't really prefer the question, you know, how do I glitch? For example, it's because if we imagine my brain like a search bar, and we just type in how to glitch, it brings up so much information that it short circuits. And it's just like, it's like, I can teach you how to glitch in Palia, in Heartopia, in Final Fantasy 14, in New World. Would you like to learn housing glitches? Would you like to learn animation canceling for gathering? Would you like to learn? I can go all day with this. That is why I do better with like specific, you know, this is the goal that I'm trying to do. How do I get there? I would like to use glitching. Cool. I can do that. Hopefully that helps. Um, it's like in Palia alone, and if we're talking like house glitches, there is okay. So we're talking what I would call like principal glitches. Um, so principal glitches, which then if you learn glitch, that glitch then can build into other glitches. Hey, K Fears. Scene. Welcome on in, Raiders. Which I, speaking speaking of which, I've given K Fierce this exact info dump before. uh, um, but you can pretty much break them down into like item cancellation, which is what we use for like merging, for floating, for syncing. There is synchronized placement, which there's a lot that you can do with that. Like a lot. There's flick glitches. But anyways, let's break out of that rant for a moment. Sorry. Uh, I hope your guys' stream went fantastic. If anyone needs to raid and run, please feel free to. If anybody feels like hanging out with us, you're more than welcome. If anyone's not familiar with myself, I'm a tiny dragon. I love teaching glitching. That being said, I'm an artist first, content creator second. We have hourly self-care breaks, though you guys just got here in the nick of time because you just missed it. But we are a self-care centric channel, so if you guys do need to raid and run, please feel free to. Caught a lot of bees. Hopefully you guys got some of those. Oh my gosh, the plush. They're super cute. You still can't figure out flick glitching? It's um it's annoying. It can be annoying if you aren't able to get the timing down. That being said, it did get a little bit easier in recent time, or for some reason it got easier, believe it or not. So like we used to need to like do like a weird timing thing, but now we can just do like hold down our left click and then press our number key and have it go for us. So yeah. Uh with great difficulty. Yeah, I sunk 2 rooms. I have 2 rooms on red presents. Um, yeah, and then here, I think we should be able to attach it back up to the assembly there. Just to get around, syncing limits, because, I mean, what? So we just have a frame under the house. Just to make sure that, you know, I'm sorry to hear that. I will not get too far, or I will not get into it. I will only say that my family is going through a similar situation at the moment. So, I feel you. And I'm sending you as much love as I can muster, hon. Yeah, appreciate. But same, same. Right? I. We just need to remember that every single time we move the house, we need to change the front door back away from being doors, and it's kind of annoying, but you know, the price we pay for getting it the way we want. I will take the wins where we can. I'm thinking we might use the estate stairs. You know, those stairs that was all up in arms over. Uh, funny enough, when they changed the placement on them, okay, they changed it in such a weird way. So like they don't, or they can ignore collision with the house to a point. But you know, that only really works if all right, let's try this. And oh shoot. There we go. Wait. Hmm. Yeah, there we go. Ah, fiddlesticks. You were dying? Or okay. I appreciate you mentioning that. Because I do add people. It's just Eurydice. Oh my god, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. Sorry, the second you mentioned it was Greek Greek. I was just like, okay, yep. Yep, yep. It's one of those names that I've heard spoken. I've never seen it written. So, pardon me as I turn like 5 shades of red. I don't want to because that's not okay. Uh, yeah. Ah, ah, ah. Um, I mean, as long as you guys are, going strong, then I guess it's okay. Jeez, though. Are they a musician IRL? And or singer? I'm just wondering how many red flags there are here. Okay. Okay, sweet. Okay. Fantastic. My boyfriend, yeah, my boyfriend likes that game too. Then we're fine. Sorry. Just like, why does Tiny look like he's dialing 9 and 1? Come on, fam, please. Remember when Drake and I mentioned that flicking had limitations? Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't want to go. I am a bitter old millennial, so uh, I will take your word for that. No, okay. Fiddlesticks. Mm -hmm. Okay. So this is fine. We can do this. So we're gonna move this over here, and then oh fiddlesticks. What does red mean again? I'm assuming that's conservative for you guys, right? Yeah, it's just like you're in a maple state. What? Okay. Sorry. Again, I like to think I'm cute. Um, barely, barely. I'm the worst Canadian ever. Have I got the sleepy? My girl, my server's like 3 hours eight. The sleepy status. Um, oh, why is my brain short circuiting? Yeah, but I can say, hello, handsome, do you speak English? In several languages. French is one of them. That phrase has got me in and out of a lot of sticky situations. Mm, 311. Although that is what I like to joke. I think I mean I can say I mean the standard Canadian stuff like um overly polite, like Parisian goodbye, and like most of the French I know is like overly polite Parisian. So like nothing that would be like spoken in like Montreal or in like in Quebec. How did this explode in size? It was so cute and tiny before. I linked it before. It was It was perfect. I want it to go back. Mm, right on. I, I, I will, or like, it isn't that I haven't tried to learn other languages. I have on occasion. However, similar to how there's an aptitude for, you know, performing and visual arts, there is something to be said for having an aptitude for linguistic arts. It's just not my brain isn't built that way. I have tried, just my one friend like attempted, and I appreciate them greatly with exactly how much they attempted to explain how French works, and my brain short circuited somewhere around how words are gendered. I'm just like, what? And just like, yeah, and just like, yeah, and just like, and it's just like, it doesn't make sense. How can it's like, we're like, they're it's like, but then what if you like, how can I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I wonder if I have any more of this. And I'm sure that it like makes sense, and I'm sure it's efficient. I just cannot. My brain goes 404. Tiny dragon not found. Please attempt your inquiry later. Welcome back, Drake Clan. What is Torty? So confused. Is that is that a cat? Or is it? Oh, it is exactly what it sounds like. I was just like, is it a turtle cat? Yep, exactly what it sounds like. Right on. I did not know that tortoiseshell cats were a thing until I played Heartopia. You have a cat. Wow, that's a lot of chaos. I I see we are also a Norse mythology enthusiast household. Appreciate it and adore it. They're the only one I Brunhilde and I think Astrid. That is kind of a bit that I falls off in my Oh, okay. No, they're fair enough. Ah, okay. Just good old gamer references. Love it. Am I finally giving into the hidden urge for cooking parties? Absolutely not. No. I'm just setting it up for like, if cooking ever does need to happen, that's all. That's why, I can pretty much do most of it. Dang it. There. From here. Enjoy your look there, love. Come to think of it, I should really turn that to anonymous as well. So people can just like use it and just be like, I'm going anonymous mode. Although I suppose oh, you're confused as to I think you mentioned that before. Um in some cases, uh you actually I think of cases where you do need more than two. Um but it is for the most part just in case I would like to have people over for cooking. And when I do have people over for cooking, it's not really a planned affair. It's not really something that's like, you know, you are here, you are here, this thing goes here. It's like I don't know, we're making this recipe, fam. Welcome to Tiny Thunderdome. and cooking. As I like duck down and come out with like 80s rocker hair. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Fiddlesticks. I think 8. That's right. That's what I thought. I mean, what? Poker face. I mean, it's close for a reason. Under construction. Forgot to mention, and I accepted your friend request. That if my plot is closed, it means I'm building. It's just like if my plot is open, feel free to come over. If my plot is open, feel free to come over. If my plot is closed, that's just my way of saying I'm building. And it doesn't mean that I don't want to see people. It just means I'm kind of just like in my focused mode. And yeah, that's all. I mean, you're not joking too much at all. I appreciate the jokes. I just am a tiny ball of awkwardness and anxiety, that's all. Um, it's I'm remiss to quote it, but it's kind of like in Big Bang Theory. Ugh. But uh, Leonard says to Sheldon, and it's just like, "Do you want me to hold up a sign when they use sarcasm?" And Sheldon's just like, "You have a sign?" And then like just later on in that episode, he writes it on a piece of paper, and it's just like sarcasm. Just like, I mean, kinda. It's just like, shut up, Leonard. I'm sorry. The the pocket what now? I have not, and I am already terrified. What? Oh God. I mean, I stopped watching the show a long time ago because I stopped finding it funny a long time ago. But there might be other people in the room that, yeah. I mean, uh, personally speaking, I uh like Amy and Bernadette are like my favorite characters in the show. What was Bernadette's best line back in the day? What, you mean testing on death row inmates with nothing to live for? No, that would be unethical. Uh, do I have no honeybee tables made? And biscuits. Well, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Hmm. I kind of had a feeling it wouldn't be tall enough. Grr. Arg. Oh. The heck did I search last time? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. Whatever I searched, it apparently was the wrong thing. Mm. Wait, that was the wrong thing. What? I suppose. Dang it. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's just like randomly wanting honey in different recipes. Pick a lane, S6. Just like, what denotes needing honey? It's just such a weird ask. I could buy that. I would. However, needs it for this one, does not need it for the end table. So if it's the adhesive, what's holding the end table together? Just sunshine and hope? I mean, if the end table is using screws, where's the iron? Where's the pallium? Fair enough. I will buy that could technically be using wood screws. Fair. Or like the things that you mallet in. Fair. Could work. Just don't put too much weight on it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Apparently, if I want to make any dressers. I am also being a bit of a shit. Pardon my language. But because yeah, I am well aware of different techniques that could make it very possible. how long till? All right, we have like 5 minutes till the next break. Right, we came here specifically for fabric. Lol. Oh, that is, so, it is the conversions for, um, console players. So LMB is left mouse button, and then all the other ones, left, right, is Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox. Which, thanks for reminding me. We don't really need it at the moment. But yeah, the left mouse button is just our basic input, whereas Alt is for our group select, which is something we use a lot of. All right, fingers crossed. I mean, kind of, but also kind of not. Glad I didn't like go full board with making those. Can we just not cover them? Can we just not be bougie for once in our life? I could use some food. Biscuits. That's not a bad recipe. Except for the coconut. But yeah. God. All right, it is time for our next self-care break, everybody. I will see everyone in a few minutes. Anyone that is subscribed, much love, but I will be leaving you guys with the AFK otter for a hot minute. Much love. Welcome back, everyone. The heck? Um, that's a fine how do you do from Palia. Came back from AFK to uh, lost connection to our server. It looks like it's okay. Here's hoping. I mean, I don't think it was my fault. Will admit that I did forget to go back and check on what exactly made that bad thing happen. But I was pretty sure it wasn't this. Uh, you wedged both your um. Where did you wedge them? Also, do you only have two? Sorry, I'm getting caught up on chat. Also, on the plus side, it does look like it was only momentary, a momentary lapse for Palia. Yeah, that is the unofficial Palia housing Discord. Um, uh, and the other server isn't really ready yet. Anyway, at this current time, that is the Discord. There's another one that I'm working on. This will. There we go. That'll brighten the place up. I'm not sure if I made any other flower baskets or flower pots. That's okay. It means we can teach people. That was kind of ugly. Why do we have ore compasses? Um, Dang it, I think it's green. Yay! Glad to hear. Sorry that I was kind of zoning out. At that point in the day where I've got like limited brain cells. Ooh, this could work. Mm. We can make a rose bush. That'd be nice. No, that still looks terrible. Hmm. There we go. Nice. Okay, last point. Law. Right about there. Almost. All right. Hmm. Right, I think that does it. And then just to match the other one. Then we have another flower bush to kind of brighten up the space. But yeah. All right. I think we're gonna call it a bit early today, everybody. Sorry. Feeling a little bit under the weather today. I'm doing my best to keep it together, but thank you everyone for joining me today. But yeah, I'm finally gonna have to say that's all for now. Let's find somebody to rave into. But on the plus side, we got some nice stuff made today. So it's always nice when we actually made something. You're very welcome. And thank you everyone who came with questions today. It's gonna sound strange, but I always enjoy the streams a lot more when I get to teach people stuff and I have design things to help with. So thank you. All right. Let's see. Let's pop in and say hi to Widget, our lovely mermaid. But of course, before I let everyone go, just that little reminder that I end every stream with, that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big. And I will see you sometime in the future. Much love, everybody. And thanks again for joining me.